Okay. This has been a difficult run. Mostly because the internet keeps going out. As far as the game goes, the game has actually been a lot of fun. This is not my kind of game either, which is the surprising bit. Really enjoyed it. Oh, wait. No, I don't just want to continue. I know I clicked continue. I didn't mean to. Let me load game. Boy, it's really thinking. I think it just clicked continue. Let me close my Firefox so it's not having quite so much problems loading everything. Yeah, I enjoyed this game so much, and it's a lot more like the kind of games my wife plays, and so I was having her play through a little bit of it last night. It's very much her kind of game. This is not my kind of game, and I really enjoy it. Alright, well, let's load all this, and then we'll try loading for real. My wife just started. She's in day one. Played maybe 20 minutes of the game. Long loading screens are fun. I know, I enjoy them. So we've put a lot of faith in this girl that lied to us. She's probably gonna run off. But first, let's do this.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Knock on the door.
Only an echo. No one is there. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room. You feel the tiny hairs on the back of your neck rise up, as if someone's standing right behind you.
Where's the back of your neck? What is this?
Outside, the wind howls in from across the bay. The building at Rue de Saint-Ghislain stands like a matchbox on its side, with men inside, like little wooden sticks, ready to catch fire. A panicking woman squeezes the pendant around her neck until it leaves a mark inside her palm. A man, a few meters away, stands frozen with a key in his hand. Somewhere inside, a spider is spinning its web.
Open the door and enter. Sand is dripping from a punch bag. Is this contact Mike, the boxing champion? Got a shot put ball. Poster says Clintus Fortis, the rest is worn off. Worn out wall bars, they look unsafe. We'll talk to Kim here in just a moment.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no colors in the
You're
barbell.
right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of bastard removed the collars? It should be
It
a
would
felony.
be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Lift the barbell. It's going to be a failure. Failure.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just an old man with bad form.
You know what? Screw you, stupid
Weightlifting
barbell.
was never my favorite either.
The lieutenant is obviously handling
At the
you.
station gym, I mean. I prefer running. It clears your head.
Lieutenant steps away from the barbell, letting you recover in peace. Hallway is blocked by old windows and debris. Remains of the 24th window repair shop. What did you want to talk about?
Yes?
Hold still a second, try to
The
speak in.
lieutenant's posture becomes rigid and uncomfortable as you lean forward and sniff the area just above his shoulder blade. He smells like a man, a perfectly normal man. Wait. There's something there. Something that sets your GABA receptors aflutter. The lieutenant's aftershave, a common drugstore brand. Strong hints of pine needle. Strange, you're not getting any strong ideological whiffs from the lieutenant.
Do you need something, detective?
I was just wondering what brand of aftershave you
It's
use.
nothing fancy, just plain old Tiger Super Special. Are you thinking of, you know?
Gestures toward his cheeks with an invisible razor. Lose those bad boys? No way.
I didn't mean to offend. It's your business, of course. Was there something else you wish to discuss?
I meant to talk to you before I walked into the next room, and then I just totally forgot. And then you said never mind, before I could fix it. Here.
It's dark.
The lieutenant states the obvious.
And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Flashlights go in your hand?
Yes, you might even call it a feature of the universe that you need to hold tools to use them.
That makes so much
Right.
sense.
Now let's get to it.
Some areas are inaccessible without your flashlight. After you've acquired it, go to your inventory and equip it in a held slot to continue exploring.
What's inside the chimney? Find your way in. A large demijohn full of strange liquid. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed, mounted. Airship rotors covered in spider webs. They remind you of blades. Naked mannequin torso, strange yellow color. Ooh, we're in the money. Blue velvet, soft to the touch. We're making money, honey. Steel rotor blades bearing the Slipstream logo. Production schedule memory filament. Skis with Slipstream centered on the laminated yellow layer. Emma's Atelier.
A dusty radio computer sleeps on its wired frame, forgotten and unused. Its keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
Another radio computer,
Says the lieutenant.
just sitting here without anyone inside.
This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
Think I should turn it on?
It's your call. You're in charge of this expedition, officer.
All right, turn
The
it on.
machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look
It's
inside the
empty,
compartment.
like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Leave.
Tiles on the cube ask. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Inspect the
These
drawings.
lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic, translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine the welkin. This is
It's
important.
Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged.
Okay.
The Haldor, the Tuareg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
All
An
right.
inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welking creatures.
Then I can't help but comment. One of them's a walking supremacist.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
The lieutenant nods at the Welkin's facial hair. Why would someone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Who are these creatures and who drew them? Are they real? I have so many
This looks like
questions.
concept art for a project. It's not really real.
Well, this has been educational. Let's move on
Just
from
look
the
at those
Welkins.
details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Inspect the
The
photos.
photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Ah, okay, so it's The Witcher.
This
That's
is a
good.
monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
Ah, yes, a mini-me. Keep reading what happened.
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Dope.
Looks like they didn't make it.
Lieutenant looks at the frigid ice field of nothing.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Inspect the
The
notes.
handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, tune out, We're all untethered, and Heat death of the universe.
Yes, definitely the Witcher.
Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed commercial area. She tries hard not to look at the bookstore windows. It's unwise.
Leave. Leave. Scribble across the notebook, developers the most advanced RPG in the universe. Gracious. Hey, it's a bear fridge.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy? This must be the giant ice bear fridge that Suna mentioned. Look inside. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge, but where's the filament memory? It's not here.
Hey, I can't see the offsite copy anywhere.
Someone must have taken it. What does the note say?
Take the note
You
from the
pocket
door.
the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
It's one of the ice cream wrappers in here.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
What is a giant ice bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
Lieutenant reaches for one of the wrappers, studies it in the light. They tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore.
I know.
Says the
What an
lieutenant.
unfortunate marketing choice. What
Indeed.
is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
Lieutenant points to the red snaky cable running from the
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Close the door. Ice cream maker defrosted and unplugged. Frozen ice cream maker. It's still running. And I could really use some magnesium right about now.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
Insane mesh tank top. Intercom wires running into the breaker box. +1 drama. Clinically insane. I take more drama than numbers. Handwritten note from the fridge. Let's interact. Still bears the marks of the fruit-shaped kitchen magnets that were once used to secure it to
The note
refrigerator
is
door.
written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
Lieutenant leans closer to read the crumpled note over your shoulder.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active.
Mine too.
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Suliswaf.
Someone moved the filament, but who?
Sulislav. Wasn't he one of Miss Lukanen's co-workers? I remember
Tilts his
coming
head.
across this name when we were reading her personal log.
Remind me again, what's filament
It
memory?
belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
Okay.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site copy.
So who's the illiterate ginger kid? I know. It's Kuno.
Really? You don't have a single guess?
Corner of his mouth curved in a smug grin. You mean Kuno?
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Any idea where the frozen ice cream maker could be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
Put the note away.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping.
Well, let's try to crack open the lid.
Ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzun multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shuts as tightly as before. Unplugging the ice cream maker will allow it to defrost. Only the black cable is plugged into the breaker box, while the red one lies neglected on the floor. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Very smart. Opening the lid should be much easier after the ice cream maker has defrosted.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it. Ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzun multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shuts as tightly as before, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger.
Cellar window. People are shuffling by on the street. Hey, mister, I have to be involved in whatever it is you're doing. My cat has decided that I need to let him be a part of this.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a...
Two rusty rifles are hidden amongst the piping. They're looking up. Someone has stuck the busted guns beneath the ceiling.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the Revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles.
Puts up the rifle.
Must be an old weapons cache.
Look, there's a hole in the wall.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Okay, I do.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifles,
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others. Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
This one looks nice. Take the
That's a
rifle.
rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
What does it mean, a rifle here?
It means there are firearms, breech loaders, still lying around in Martinez. This could prove useful in our case against Ruby for Titus. Men are easily swayed by the sight of a rifle.
He likes this find. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric...
While collapsed, it is inaccessible now.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Kim, what is this thing? Is it a furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
Opens the door and gingerly peeks inside.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Kif, let's look inside the furnace.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing?
I'm not sure, Kim, but I think I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? You should investigate. See if someone's upstairs.
Swing your hands
A lush
forward.
layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. No, that would be stupid.
Yeah, hello into the
You
furnace.
muster all your strength and yell.
Hit, hit.
Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce little more than a dry croak. The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there. Then again, maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later.
Kick it with
A
your
hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
voices I heard. Maybe it's the malignant entity. Plaisance said it lives in a chimney.
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
Yell hello into the furnace.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
Hear a woman's voice answer. This is the police. Who's there?
Hello? Did you say anything?
There's a pause.
Can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
After you, officer.
Alright, got some magnesium.
this old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
Hold on. How do I know what Kendran mosaic tiles are supposed to look
History
like?
classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
What am I looking
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
This must be an elaborate piece of art.
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap.
Wait, who's the game master?
Someone very important, the leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
Fit the game, who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like all of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if
Yeah,
the
it's
less
closer.
money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
His finger tracing the maddening rhizome. The cost of air width alone must have been huge.
Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
It's obvious. Still remains of Suna's radio game studio, Fortress X.
Yes, I got that. What I meant
And shifts
was,
his feet.
what were they trying to achieve with this damn game? What were their ambitions? Because this here looks rather advanced.
He has respect and curiosity for this failed endeavor. This is way above your tiny little policeman head.
I don't know. I'm not an
Okay,
artist.
well, I think
Lieutenant takes a step back, steepling his
Like
hands.
he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
What do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Right.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interisolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
How are they planning to do
Through
that?
call-in stations. None
That's
of
the
the
part
players
that's-
have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
An MC or ADM.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into
And
sub-frequencies.
this was a role playing.
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway.
Points to the shop.
Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but
If we need money, let's give them more money so they can finish it, make it
it's
even
too
bigger.
late for that, I'm afraid.
Half smile breaks out on his face. He says, looking around the derelict room, the pipes howl, the rock crashes
Okay,
the floor.
let's keep moving.
All right. We need to buff our visual calculus. Shoes in a puddle of melting snow. Got a postcard. Yeah, yeah. This tray is full of dice, colorful polyhedral dice. Hundreds of them. Candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Bird-like woman sits on the throne of tools, with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius.
She taps on her headphones.
So what kind of dye are you looking for?
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Hold on, what do you mean by menus?
Yes, a melee is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have
She
these.
puts on the headphones on the table.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting.
You must
I
have,
was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
you must have me confused with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance?
She blinks.
You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker.
She says.
Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
No, I was looking for something else. Answers.
Answers? How strange. These days people only come to me for dice and role-playing games. I'm not sure how helpful I'll be, but go ahead and ask.
The walls around her are covered in rows of precious stones and
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Do you like role-playing games yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Indeed.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Where are we anyway? What is this place?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
Just looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there's still signs of coal-black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Creative.
Then it looks around the spacious room. Its ceiling faded into shadows above. Do you know what happened to the other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
More or less. Are you interested
Just
in
a yellow
anyone
scarf.
specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
I found the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right.
Rub
I
the
hope you
forehead.
didn't try to ring me.
Her scarf left a faint line on the dusty skin. Hope you didn't.
I
forget
think
me.
none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
Strange thing happened when I started calling a company called Slipstream SCA. Someone answered.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years.
Looks like she doesn't really believe you.
Are you sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore.
She said she was from Tricentennial Electrics.
Tricentennial Electrics?
That's a moment before she recognizes the name.
It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
Maybe in some sort of rare electrical
A
anomaly.
prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days.
Shakes her head.
We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
You telling me the name card with the doorbell with the empty name card is yours?
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
I saw the name East Delta Pinball on the doorbell.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice,
Raises her
Don't base your
finger.
business on a fad. Hypnotism, floreography, trick track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the
Chips in.
worst.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
So wondering about the Whirling in Rags. Is it part of the same building complex?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
I have a few more questions about the
Sure,
building.
I'm listening.
There's a terrifying taxidermied bear in this
Oh boy,
cellar.
the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
She smiles and leans closer, hands on her knees, like a stand-up comedian ready to tell a story.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
All right, what were the ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
She leans back, disapproving.
Fritta does the same thing.
I know a girl just like that. She works at Fritta as a cashier, and she's not particularly friendly.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Ravachol ICT, and they already had the bear.
Closed her eyes as if remembering something painful. What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing thumbs into her temples as if trying to suppress a headache. It didn't work
Of
out?
course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
I killed the bear.
You did what?
She rolls her swivel chair an inch closer to you, unsure whether she heard you right. I unplugged the fridge to help Ravachol Ice City cut their losses.
Of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the bear is costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherian.
Sounds cool. Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
What is a vision beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
I don't have any comment about drugs.
Understandable. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all.
The dice maker nods.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Seems almost sad finishing her story. Some dust beams swirl in the afternoon air. Her eyes follow what I
Outside it's light. Light scatters from the low-hanging cloud cover. There's always the threat of snow.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
found a strange
Fortress
machine.
Accident, the radio game studio.
She closes her eyes as some a remnant of memory lights up her face.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral.
That's understandable. Fantasies are serious things. The mind is the drawing board of history.
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean liberal? What happened?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
Looks at the hallway as if to still hear them chit-chatting behind her curtains on a cigarette break.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
Oh.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen so far, the project did look quite impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic. And to show up to work on time.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important.
That's too bad. I would have supported them. The project looked great.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
She tosses a pair of dice on the table. One of them stops near the edge of the metallic desk.
Anything else?
Found some creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Insect rights activists? What in the name?
Mm-hmm. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
But insects don't have any brains or feelings.
Actually, insects do have brains.
She corrects
But
you.
yes, I understand what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far. Anything else?
What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Maybe that's what Kuno needs, a community-centric boxing club.
Kuno. Who's
Eyes narrow
Kuno?
at the dim light. He's a little junior gremlin who likes to defile dead bodies.
Oh,
That's
yes.
who he is.
You mean the kid with the sailor's mouth?
Indeed.
Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
She looks out the window. It's oddly quiet there at the
I
moment.
think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
And who is
A
Arminatep?
kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Well, judging from the kids I've met so far, it didn't really work out,
It
did
didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess.
She sighs.
There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
Indeed.
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Cool. Very cool about the debris. But what is a snuff mellow?
It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Ew.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Then it turns.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
That's the thought go. With the rotor blades and
They
skis.
were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
She rests her chin in her hand with an impish smile.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
Interesting. And what do these
The
transmissions
usual,
say?
I imagine. That he's been thinking of all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Her smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you.
Men like that are a curse.
Lieutenant is stirred.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skids and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now.
They were just props. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
Does someone here make stuffed animals on mounts?
You
like
mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
that sounds like everyone around here.
Anything else?
Used to be a hair salon here, right?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
What's wrong with experimenting? The customer should have been a little more
I
open-minded.
guess it just wasn't the time yet.
Tucks a strand of hair behind her headscarf. More questions about
I'm
the intercom.
pretty sure it still doesn't work. But sure, what do you want to know?
More questions
Sure,
about the building.
I'm listening.
Actually, you know what? I had other
Good.
questions.
I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling racks?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then, the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
What do you mean by the daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard.
Stop to try and come up with an example.
During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire. She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
She looks up from the window. Pale light comes in. Did I say Sunday night? Oh, he did. All right. Do you often work Sunday
It's
nights?
an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
You never took your eyes off work to look out the
I
window.
might have,
She
but
admits.
in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's true.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
I see. Thank you for your
She
answers.
nods.
Anything else, officer?
So I heard this place is cursed. Do you know that people call it the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories,
She nods.
but I don't think those stories are true.
The wind howls in from the furnace shaft above. Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced this place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady?
Raises
I've
her
heard
brows.
that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. There are hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep her the company
Oh,
going.
right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
No, the whirling isn't doing well either. Its waitress took off, and customers have trouble paying bills.
And then there is me.
She sighs. Look at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie around, scattered from knives to carving files to wire cutters.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
I'll be the first to admit there are many inconsistencies in this so-called curse.
I was just about to ask.
She leans forward in her chair.
What do
studying
you
this.
think? Do you think the curse is real?
Trying to see there's no curse, only business decisions and natural market fluctuations.
Exactly.
Page
Truth
3
is
for nice.
always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
Why hasn't her business failed?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Leave it at
She
that.
has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief. The tool's sharp edge shining in the light of her desk lamp.
Alright, well I think I'd like to order a die from
Of
you.
course. Tell me what you have in mind.
I'm looking for something to help with my work.
I think I have just the right one for you.
Opens the top drawer of her work desk and takes something out. 2 polyhedrons, red and blue, are cradled in her palm.
Police colors.
Because I'm a police officer, right?
Not the most original, I know.
She smiles.
But sometimes the obvious choice is obvious because it's best.
Almost apologizing.
Here, catch.
Tosses
They're
the
a gift
dice.
for me.
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it.
Catch the dice.
You overthink it. Your hands can't agree what to do, and the 2 dice drop to the floor and scatter in opposite directions, like pearls from a broken string. The blue one disappears down the pit in the center of the room.
Ah, down the drain, like your career. I
Jokes to that
apologize,
censor.
officer. That comment was unnecessary.
Her eyes tracking the remaining polyhedron. Pick up the red
That
die.
one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay. The other one was the inverse. They were a set, you see, but now the set is broken. It's a shame. They might have brought you luck. You definitely need luck in Martinez.
Closes her desk drawer.
Now, was there anything else?
That's it. Let's see if I can't get that other die. From down the drain.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Looks
It's
to the
dark
furnace.
and grimy here. In the
What are you doing?
Not
Wait,
sure.
really? We should investigate. See if someone's at...
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Looks like it. No one has used it in ages.
This orange
Get
machine
bothering that
is
long
dead still.
conversation?
It has. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Let's do visual calculus.
This orange machine.
Fine.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a...
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there?
Looking for
In
the
that
right
dark
expression.
sarcophagus.
Dark sarcophagus.
Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
There's a charnel house of failed business enterprises leeching life energy from this
I
bookstore.
knew it.
Tremor runs through
Oh,
her.
such horrors that have been thrust upon us.
She shakes her head.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Neha, and she's a novelty dice
A
maker.
novelty dice maker?
Her eyes
Well,
widen.
spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
No, ma'am. I have felt her aura. She's not the blame for this curse.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She looks perplexed.
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
The source is the taxidermist shop. He became involved in arts darker than taxidermy and brought the void spirits down upon this
Oh,
place.
how horrid! I knew something wasn't right about that place. Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse?
Yes, I performed the ancient Seminese dispelling rite. This commercial area is doomed. no
Of
more.
course. I trust my Seminese wards and charms kept you safe while you perform the ancient rites.
Looked at you with sudden
All
admiration.
that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. It will be a long time until we're fully free of it, of course. But still, thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better psycho-emanation to this humble bookstore, and that's no small achievement.
She so badly wants this to be over. She would have believed anything.
Indeed.
It will only last a day or two, a week tops. Then her mood will sour and she will feel the curse again.
All right then. All's well that ends well.
Then it turns
Should
to
we
you.
return to our ordinary lives?
Farewell for now, book peddler.
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Found any curses yet?
Yes, I found my way into the doomed commercial area.
Oh, that's great. I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother become less afraid.
Alright, bye. See you around. You know what I need to do right now? I need to turn in my bottles. My bottles.
The tear machine stands in the
Search your
court.
bottles.
Your bottles clunk into the machine.
$1.10. Wait.
Is this about...
Got any magnesium, ma'am?
A colourful display of...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
I need a bottle of magnesium, please.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Alright, let's do some visual calculus on that window. I need to know if it spilled out or spilled in. That's very important. Then we'll talk to our gentleman, show him the gun, see what he has to say about it.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
Alright, what happened here?
Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. A two-hearted spider.
What position are they in?
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain.
Where did it come
From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Expect to go
The
see
man
figures.
does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
Have a look at point A.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gun residue outside?
There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
So I'm what, 80% sure the roof is where the shot came from?
72%, with a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies.
Could the shot have come from inside the room? Closer.
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, Detective.
Could there be any arguments against A prime the roof?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Could there have been another point of origin further away?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Yes, extrapolate.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations. starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
Okay, more precisely.
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Let's take a look at the B prime, the boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
Okay, B double prime, the Lion's Inlet.
1.2 kilometers away. The least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
Alright, so the other side of the church. B double prime, not very good. B triple prime, the inlet.
1 kilometer away.
Islet.
The point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea. As you saw in the coin-operated viewer, the shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
Kim, do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof in Montagnais?
From where, precisely?
Let's say B prime, the boardwalk, B double prime, Land's End, and B triple prime, the islet.
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
Much less than from the roof, but still.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. A simple hypothesis can be wrong, but it's something to build on.
Alright. No.
2 neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman.
Blink and then leave. It is now 3:30 in the afternoon. Wait. What's up, homeboy?
It's you again.
No, just
What is it?
A solid theory about why Ruby could have done it.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Okay. Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him?
So that's what you were squinting at.
Looks at you.
You were trying to come up with a theory, weren't you? That she did it.
Yeah, he was cobbling together shit so he could put her away. It's RCM 101.
Well, let old Titus set your mind at ease then. She didn't do it. She was here all night.
Sunday night, 11:30 to 12:15. She was here all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
She didn't go to the bar for a drink?
No.
That's a lie.
Oh, come on. You know that's not the case.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out, too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. She's a busy girl. Always has been.
Points to the intersection.
This complex operation is probably something illegal.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc.
Taps his temple.
I've been through this. It's not plausible.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Where we could have gotten to the roof from somewhere inside the whirling.
Nah, the only way up there is through Clausia's room.
Maybe there's more.
What do you mean?
How much you guys know about
We've
this
only
place?
been drinking here for what? 6 years? How much do we know?
He looks around.
Been thinking of getting wilding in racks. That is on my ass, boss.
There you go. Tatted on his ass. We know the place.
There's a locked door in the kitchen and another on the roof. Ever been through any of those?
No, but that doesn't prove anything.
It's just 2 dolls. We're not giving you Ruby for that. She's one of us.
What if those 2 doors are connected, Eugene? Is that your name, Eugene?
Lieutenant leans closer.
If they are connected, she could have gone to the kitchen, gone up, shot him on the roof, then come down. All in 5 minutes. How about that?
Yes, she could have. This is one long shot.
You do agree the shot came from the roof?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinet. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
It is a 72% chance the bullet came from the roof.
72%.
Picks up his beard.
There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
Definitely lie. The truth is not credible.
Yes, we have a ballistics lab at Coron. We consult in cases
Wouldn't
like this.
hurt to have one of those in Martinez.
He nods.
What else have you got? That puts her on the roof.
There's a winch out back at the outer wall of the world.
All right, I'll play along. Those 2 doors of yours, the winch connects them with some kind of dumb waiter.
What winch? Where's the winch?
On the side of the building. You can see it from the harbor.
Points to his eyeballs.
You want to be a lieutenant, you gotta keep your eyes peeled.
I've seen the winch.
Fuck off, man.
Have we established Ruby could have had access to the roof where the man was shot?
Firmly.
Shakes his
Try
head.
shit on a stick. All you've established is a possible route to the roof that you haven't found. And even then, a route doesn't put that bullet in the Burke's head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
Show him the antique rifle. There are weapons like this just lying around Martin.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave.
Takes the gun,
It's
inspects
inoperable.
it.
Where'd you get it?
It's a cellar under the bookshop. It was hidden there, with others just like it.
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay, I see your point. There are guns lying around.
Shakes his head.
Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
My local pawn shop sold my lost gun to a woman. Maybe it was her.
You lost your gun?
The blonde man's taken aback, not even laughing.
What an idiot!
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder?
No.
Of course not.
Scoffs.
And Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
Then why the fuck was he asking you for your gun, huh? When he tried shooting himself or some shit. Because he doesn't have his own.
That's a solid logic structure. Do something. This is bad.
Guys, this is Revenshaw. Anyone can get a gun around here.
Look,
Anyone.
fucko. Ruby and I are
forward.
pretty tight. She would have showed me the gun if she had one. She knows I love guns.
Yeah, everyone knows Glenn loves guns.
I don't know, Glenny. Ruby's a little secretive, isn't she? Wasn't like she told you every little thing.
So you like waving your guns in people's faces? Doesn't mean she does
Nah,
too.
man. She'd totally wave her gun in your face if she were here right now. And you'd fucking piss yourself.
It's clear this one is protective of her.
Easy now, Glenn.
Turns to you.
What he's trying to say is, people who don't have guns don't shoot people. You need a gun for that. You can't prove she has one.
You don't need to prove anything. Doubt is enough for now. And Titus must have some.
It's a small 28% chance the shot came from beyond the roof.
Yes, goddammit, I know what a 72% chance means. It means there's a 28% chance it isn't that. And 28% is no small chance either.
Just making sure we are on the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
I didn't say I'd prove she had a murder weapon, just that we need to find her.
I don't know, Cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Tattooed Man burst out laughing at his own joke.
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
He almost gets up from his seat.
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
It's not why did she kill him, it's why did she organize the cover-up.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have been covering up for herself, Titus.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Eugene, let's assume you
He
killed him.
scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your friends as part of a lynch mob or alone for committing murder?
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Titus looks grim.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
When Claude came downstairs, Ruby appeared to know something was wrong.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control.
The man explains.
That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women.
He peeks at Titus.
Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
Eugene wants a woman on the team so they can do their job. That must be hard. Half of Martinez is female.
Or she knew what happened because she killed him.
Not so useful.
Titus looks at Elaine, then Eugene. It's all part of a leadership challenge against you, Titus?
There's no fucking leadership challenge.
Flash of rage. He
Just when
calms
I
himself.
thought you were taking this seriously, Cop, you put your head in your ass.
Man, now he's just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
Okay. We ruled out infighting. That's how this works, by exclusion. Remember, all we need to do is rule Ruby out too. That's all this is.
There's a bit of truth in there for Titus to react so brashly. He does not like his authority questioned.
Claude told me some interesting things about Ruby.
Yeah. Like what?
Apparently she had a thing for Claude.
A thing? You mean?
Tilts his head to the side and falls silent.
Behind his squinting eyes, dominoes are falling. Fast. It's all beginning to make sense to him now.
Yeah, but
Fat man
they're
looks
both
up from the
girls.
table. Oblivious.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
The lieutenant explains. What Kim said.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
Man cannot believe what he's hearing.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do.
Musk
Everyone
smiles.
knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Light laughter sounds off in the room. Feels nervous. Plage said she made advances on her and that she thwarted
Ruby
them.
then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit.
Big man rubs
It's
his
also
chin.
the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass.
Sort of, but he doesn't have to know that.
She just told us Ruby made her scared and she spilled
That
the beans.
Ruby is queer as cabaret. Now that I start thinking about it, I don't know why I didn't see it earlier.
Looks out the window pensively.
And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a hardy.
Glances at Jen.
But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit,
And then, boss,
Shakes his head.
use us to cover it up? I mean, that's just fucked up.
If it's true. But it's not, right?
He looks at Shanky and then Titus. Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. This is the only option he cares for.
yeah, I see it.
Puts his deer down.
There's one more thing
Sorry,
I've been
beer.
wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you won't. I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Smiles a peculiar smile.
She was afraid I would tell you.
Looks you
Maybe
straight in
she'd
the
be
eye.
right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
So when did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
You have any clues on where she went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And
Give us
we
your
won't either.
She's not really a
Man stares at
hardy
his beard.
candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Have you looked for
A
her?
little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
He nods southwest. Can you tell me where on the coast I should
Sure,
start looking?
there's some shit houses there. A cinder block town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize, so that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question.
That is
What
quick
does
note.
Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
It's not much, but
It'll have to.
He puts his hand out.
His
Shake it.
grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM sergeant material.
You should be a cop, Titus.
When are you gonna get it through your suicidal head?
He scoffs.
I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
All right. I don't give a crap about that. What else am I interested in? Let's try some interfacing.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face.
The mirror be for now. Let's get these chain cutters going.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
Well, let's try to stop the expression from happening.
Still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Let the mirror be for now. Let's try looking out the cafeteria window. See what happens.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Look out the window.
Nothing, as before. Just black branches.
What's this weirdo cop doing now, huh? Window shopping?
I think he's trying to find dirt on us, in our box. It's what they do, Shanks. Did you know policemen are sometimes called pigs?
Wow, no. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, because they like to sniff around in dirt.
Tattooed man gives you a look.
He's just trying to sound clever. He has no idea what you're looking for, nor do you.
Need to grab some more medicine.
A small cabinet on the wall is...
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Alright, let's go talk to what's his name. There. Do you smell that?
Smell
Can
what?
you not detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness? That sense that the world is in need of dramatic, even violent reordering?
That means there's a communist nearby?
Undoubtedly. And the scent is coming from that railing over there.
You mean manana?
Yes. Now's your chance to establish contact.
Hola, manana.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Listen, brother, there's something important I need to talk to you about.
What's that, Boya?
Tilts his head slightly.
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in.
I've also a mutual friend, Chris.
Don't think I've ever met a Kras personally.
Kras.
Then again, I've never been to Grad.
I'm investigating a peculiar smell, one with revolutionary implications.
Could be coming from one of the jam lorries. Cargo's been sitting out for a while.
Sniffs the air and looks around.
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon the subtle approach.
What I'm trying to say is I'm looking for communists.
Ah,
you know
now
what
I see. Can't say I'm surprised. You seem to take your communism seriously. Not a bad thing, mind you. It's good for a man to take time to think about the whole socio-political world picture.
Oh, he certainly likes to take his time with things, especially when politics are at issue.
So you've given up copying and now you're hunting comunistas. Care to say why?
I'm on the sort of quest to develop my political potential. I need your help.
A fellow plains roamer in search of greater understanding. A classic story.
You're not approving.
I wish I could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas.
You guys were all communists.
Some are, some aren't.
He shrugs.
It's a big institution, room for all kinds. Comunistas, feminist supremacists, even an anti-institutional boyadero.
There is warmth in his voice when he talks about the Union. Whatever his personal politics, this is his home. All right, so if he isn't personally a communist, he's definitely hanging out with them.
Ah, but you know, I did meet a genuine ideologo a few months ago. Perhaps he's your guy.
How'd you meet him?
It was late one night as I was leaving the harbor. He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket. Classic Sarameritian style. He asked me for a light. We shared cigarettes. Then he asked me if I ever thought about getting into some of the extra physical branches of communism.
An extremely cool way to establish contact. Wish I'd thought of that.
It was all right. A little like something out of a Vespertine spy novel, but I must respect the effort.
Okay, how'd you find this guy?
I couldn't tell you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he disappeared back into the night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said, "Remember Dobrava and Abadanais," and then he was gone.
We're definitely about an Abadanais.
I don't know. Guess not everyone remembers.
A tight half smile crosses his face. What do you think?
Been wondering about that myself.
Scratches his
Some
chin.
comunista inside talk could be. Not meant for the wider public. They love that kind of thing. You'd have to ask someone who knows the ideologo personally. I have to say though, it sounds like you found yourselves a proper hunt.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
The Weasel I visited, it turned out he had one hell of a colonial mug collection.
Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
Yes, his mug collection certainly represented antiquated social values.
Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work.
Which is better.
Thanks for helping out, friend.
Good talking to you. Gotta run. 4:42. Let's see if we can catch the boss man before he leaves. No. No. There we go.
Yes, of course. Now we're on the right track.
Inhale.
It smells like an office. Something officious. Is that a word? There's a bit of dust in the air that may be triggering your allergies. The lieutenant gives you a sharp, sideways look. Meanwhile, Everard Clare clatters away on his typewriter, willfully indifferent to your presence.
What's up, Everard?
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success.
That's
That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today?
It's done. I mailed the signatures you asked me to
The
mail.
Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry.
Class his hand together like a child who's been offered some
Of
cotton
course.
candy.
I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi.
No, so the
We can
lieutenant's
talk
pointing
about
out there.
anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
Judging from how happy he is, it looks like you did it. He doesn't appear to suspect trickery. Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Can I get my gun
Harry,
now?
I've got to be honest with you.
Turn solemn.
Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done.
Fine, where is it?
An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
So the gun still with the woman who bought it from Roy.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track.
He smiles and shakes his head
Crazy
in
stuff,
wonderment.
Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway, the neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debardeurs Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
She's waving it around at people?
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details.
He smiles.
It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
We might be looking at someone with a medical history here. Watch out.
So who is this old woman?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
The smile flickers on the corner of his mouth.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
Could you set up a meeting?
I already have. Tonight,
What's the index
starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now,
He clasps his
back to the
hands.
fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Did you order the hangman killed?
Order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that.
What did you gain from him being dead?
Why, a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
They've trained military people. Aren't you afraid for your men?
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
How is this connected to the strike?
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait.
Positive
Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're gonna take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance.
What?
Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no, it's not.
Why are you telling me your plans?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening.
So who killed the hangman?
No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him.
He really doesn't know. The guy, huh?
How do you know it's a guy?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know.
He really doesn't.
How are you going to fund your new independent harbor?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Everything?
We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
Digging it, Everard. Have to say I'm digging this part.
So am I. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column.
In bulk shipping, large volume column is a major buyer, a shark.
We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off Risperazole.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and Risperazole is used to treat severe psychosis.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidon.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned.
He smiles.
But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
Makes sense to regulate the drug trade like this. Keeps it out of more dangerous hands.
Oh, Harry, you've misunderstood. I have no drugs in my hands.
He raises
It's
both
all
hands,
far
thumbs
removed from me, like some half-remembered dream. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez.
Go on.
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm going to unite them all into one economic body. We're going to incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's going to be in on the wealth, and everyone's going to pull their weight.
It's very ambitious. I love what you're doing for the working man.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. You have already done so much work.
Can I ask you about specific union members?
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time.
Eyes are shining.
We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
How many of you guys are there in the union?
2,372.
Replies
Plus
anyway.
yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol. And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
The signatures I got. I know you plan to force them out with a construction noise.
Harry,
Shakes
by
his head.
now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access makes some people consider moving, well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable workers' palaces.
So the village is doomed.
Luthen says grimly.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers,
Slams his fist to the table.
we are going to reset it.
Some of the coffee's.
Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce.
What do you mean?
Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. All those ruins out there turned into low-income housing. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on.
Youth Supermarket Church Complex. You really expect me to believe that?
Yes, I do. I got the center, I got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years, I'll get the church too. The wheels are already turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things, and even a touch of pain. And then there will be a giant statue of him towering above it all.
Wait, but will you erect a statue to yourself?
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, kids off speed, and landowners in a zone hating me. That will be my statue. And yours. We're doing this together.
You would look nice as a statue.
Sounds like you got this. You can rely on my
Oh,
vote.
I do, Harry. I really do. I'm gonna make the working man
Crosses on
richer than
his chest.
Joyce Messier with that vote of yours. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace.
Oh, that's it for now.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union.
Suddenly there's sadness in his voice.
This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
He points to you, then himself. I'm looking for a cell of underground communists. Can you help me?
Mr. Dubois, really? Do I look like a man who has time for underground communists? I'm as above ground as it gets.
That's a non sequitur, if you've ever heard one.
Let's drop the funny stuff. I'm trying to make contact with my revolutionary brethren.
Sure thing, Harry. We're all business now. The answer is still no. I'm a busy man, as you can see. I don't block off time on my schedule for underground types.
That note of contempt in his voice is sincere, sire.
You've already spoken with Manana, as I understand. I'm afraid I don't have anything else for you on this subject.
That's all you're going to get out of him, it appears.
Now, was there anything else you wish to discuss today?
A few more questions about the harbor.
I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend.
That's all.
Very nice, Harry. Is there anything else?
I'm going to leave for now, Everard. We might talk again later.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
Alright. I have some questions for you if it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
Leo, you seem to know everyone around here. I want to ask about something.
Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about?
This Edgar guy you keep mentioning.
Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does. But a very smart fellow. Very smart fellow indeed. He's away on some union business. Not even in Revershaw, they say. All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both do when they're on a vacation. Right now, it's Mr. Everett's turn to look after the union. But last year he spent a whole winter in South Africa. Left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the trees were green again.
The guy chuckles again.
South Safri. A lot of bulk chemical manufacturing going on there. A lot of cargo shipments being made too.
Tell me about Renee.
The night guard. Ooh, he's a peculiar fellow.
It looks the guard.
He's the strong, silent type, you could say. We talk all the time, but I don't really know much about him. He plays petanque with my old human studies teacher, Mr. Martin, down at the plaza. I think he's the only fellow who actually knows old Renee. They lived on the same street their entire lives. Even dated the same girl on and off for as long as I can remember. Strange fellows. Mr. Martin was always real nice to me in school. I remember once.
Hold on, Gaston was your human studies teacher?
Mr. Martin, yes.
Yeah,
Don't
nuts.
really remember much about him. I was just a boy back then.
Tell me about Evrart.
I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Evrart would like it very much. You better ask him yourself, mister.
If anything, the ever-present smile on Leo's face gets even warmer. Tell me about Titus.
Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat, they say. His veins are probably filled with salt water, I tell you. Nice, friendly sort, old Titus is.
He's probably one of those rare specimens who are born when two drunk seamen stumble on top of each other on the deck amidst a storm so violent it flings whales around.
Tell me about Mañana.
He's a union man through and through. Good guy.
Falls silent, hesitating.
He's very calm, laid back, doesn't do much, talks to Evrart sometimes. Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes him. Yes, they do. I think that's what he does. He makes everyone feel a little better.
Tell me about Measurehead.
Whoa, he's really something.
Fiddleman starts laughing.
He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really understand most of what he's saying.
Suddenly it falls
Actually,
quiet.
I don't think he would like me running my mouth about him like that. Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some union men. Heh, I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because he ran right off. Another time he almost killed another guy, but I shouldn't talk about that.
Actually, I want to talk about something else.
Sure, mister. What can Leo do for you?
I'm off. Alright. We're gonna try to rhetoric this thing open.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Persuade the door to open.
And, as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind.
Oh no. We are gonna open this container.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Try again.
And, as it's always been,
we're still going after this door.
You're back before the cargo container.
Persuade the door to
its
open.
drawer has not, and as it's always been.
By golly, we are gonna open this door.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer, despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello, is there anybody in there?
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Wry smile crosses the lieutenant's
Try
face.
again.
If there's someone in there, I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
From deep inside the container, a voice.
You can't be serious.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Hello.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Clasps his hands together. What you can see of his body appears composed, in a sharp summer suit and yacht shoes. Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time.
Didn't surprise his
I don't
voice.
meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Diodor, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Harrier Dubois.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
In the very, very early days of colonizing this archipelago, the kingdom of Surens, a precursor of a modern Sur-le-Clay, used to own the city of Revachol, an obscure detail in the bigger picture, but still worth dropping.
Revachol, formerly a colony of the kingdom of Suresne.
Ah, a fellow history buff. I myself am currently reading up on Franco-Nigerian era trains. Very interesting stuff. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Wait, why don't you help them? You've got so much money, it can't make a difference
There
to you.
simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it. Except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that.
So you travel from place to place via shipping container.
Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
So you're saying being rich isn't worth the hassle?
No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
You're a rich investor, right? Can I have some money?
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
But Kim, I also can't afford to look any better than I do now. That's why I need the money.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think they only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Thank you for your
You're
kindness.
welcome. You know,
His eyes narrow. Lights need to bend more aggressively.
maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
How did you become so
Oh
rich?
Lord, not this again.
What's the matter,
Oh,
Kim?
nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Gra. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
What's it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
You know what? I think you're a thief. People out there are working their asses off while you chill in here.
That's what? Unjust? I think it's perfectly just.
It's ever so slightly less agreeable than before. What do you mean?
Listen, Mr. Dubois, I used to be an idealist just like you. But the truth is that we have no objective system by which to measure someone's value other than the market. We should just embrace them rather than resist it. The hand that allocates resources among men is invisible and cruel, but it is steady, measured. Indeed, it is just. Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Blinds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
There's something strange about you.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know how to put it. You look somehow a little different.
Are you talking about my chin?
No, I can't even see you. There's something happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth among that group of individuals. It's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
Right, so this man is a black hole of money. So it's our coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998, repeating. That's not good for you.
You're telling me you're so rich that light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Really?
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
Kim, you seen this weird
I
stuff?
see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
We should go back to our investigation. Thank you for your
Thanks
time.
for stopping by. If you ever have an idea you want to pitch me, I'm all ears.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna save my game. I'm going to attempt to conceptualize. I can't. I don't have any money. Or I don't have any skill points right now. Alright. So I just saved. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and invest.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Present a sound investment plan.
If business planning were really your strong suit, you probably wouldn't be a cop.
You should invest in the RCM.
You should what?
The volunteer police force. And why would I do that?
Because if you don't, who will?
I don't believe in handouts, especially for people who volunteer for their positions. Still, the idea of a privatized police force is extremely forward-thinking. You could even say it's ultra liberal. Tell me, if you could invest in the RCM, where would you direct your resources?
The latest technological wonders take care of the people who protect the people.
Pay raises for officers and generalist benefits.
I don't believe in giving anyone money for nothing, but maybe there is something to using market incentives to improve performance.
If I could interject, the RCM's problems are mainly structural. We are hamstrung by a lack of clear lines of authority, and our system of performance reviews strongly disincentivizes interprison cooperation.
I think the lieutenant's right. Your problems run much deeper than equipment or funding. The entire org structure of the RCM needs to be redefined. You need a unified chain of command. New metrics for measuring performance that reward the real police work. Does that sound right?
Yes, yes. That's precisely what we need.
So you'll do it?
Hell no! Can you imagine how much work that would take? Why would I do that when I can just speculate on exotic financial derivatives from the comfort of this shipping container? The thing about investing is that the less work you have to do, the better. Don't overthink. That's what return on investment means.
The lieutenant's disappointment is palpable. It's like someone just shot his dog.
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with?
Let's go back to our investigation.
It was
Thank
a
you for your
real
time.
pleasure. Sadly though, my current lifestyle prevents me from remaining more than a brief time in any one place. Perhaps we'll meet again, somewhere far away. Farewell, friend, and may your peace of mind guide you to happiness.
The closer I got to him, the more money it seemed like I had. Because that man was just so fantastically rich. He makes everyone around him look rich. Especially amongst the poor.
This is the night watchman. The chair is not as austere as the rest of the drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. They are slightly out of date.
Kim, would you mind if I help myself some meds?
I'm not here to tell you what to do, detective.
You take the painkillers. They are yours now.
Get up.
You stand and exit the booth. The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Slide the drawer, slides. The maps look old. This large ozone disintegrate in the north, radiating outwards from you. You can't lost 800 of the ocean connection you have lit. Perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust. The north to the who it's so no. This in the north you can lost 800 of the ocean connection you have lit. Perhaps they are gods. This in the north you lost 800 the ocean connection you have lit. Perhaps they are gods. Shelves filled to the brim with
All right. Let's see what's next. Let's see what else we can say to Joyce.
Whoa. What have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rotten-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Kim, it looks like we got a construction code violation.
True. They never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Ravachol looks better, though.
But Lieutenant, think about
the bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about.
Just as classes.
Shall we?
Kif. Every time he says Kim, I think Kif.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
All right. Aw. Missing my concept.
There it is again. There's a spectral scent haunting this pair, no doubt. And it smells like years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital.
Close your eyes and take a
What
deep
do you
breath.
smell? Nothing. Or at least nothing in particular. As far as you're concerned, your nose seems to be purely decorative.
I mean, it does let you know when I've been drinking. Lights up.
Absolute rubbish. Your politico-olfactory cortex doesn't deceive you. The smell is coming from that balcony over there.
Hold up, you mean
The
from Cindy?
Tenema, a precocious communist youth, a symbol of a kinder, more hopeful future. Now's your chance to establish contact with your revolutionary brothers and sisters.
Hey, Cindy.
Hello again, officers.
Join the
Have
revolution.
you come to admire my mural?
Is that bed in the coal room yours?
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
Really? You're a miner?
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens.
Don't you have a real home?
Does anyone in a city like this?
She replies wistfully, looking about.
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself against it.
I mean, it's not the nicest place, but I guess
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does.
This is the paint dripping
Like
on the wall.
me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm right now.
Cool, I have other questions.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
Hey, sister, let's talk politics for a minute.
And what do you know about politics?
Because it used suspiciously. My nose told me you're also a communist. We should team up. Join
Well,
forces.
well. sounds like quite the snout you've got there. Sure, I know someone who'd love to talk that ideological stuff. You're looking for Steban,
Steban?
a
Who's
right
that?
communist who runs a mega cool and very secret meeting.
Does Steban happen to go around in a white jacket?
He might.
Will you help me find him?
No.
Aw.
The lieutenant let slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable.
I guess I should just give up then. Nothing ever works out for me.
God. If he isn't the saddest pig in the world.
Incidentally, the saddest pig in the world is the title of a popular Gottvolian children's book, written and illustrated by Moritz Metzger. In 26, it received the prestigious Kritiker Prize for Youth Literature.
Oh, fine. I'll help. But first, I want something from you.
What's
A wicked grin extends across her face.
Oink for me, piggy. Just once.
Come on, that's no way to treat your revolutionary brother.
Wrong! This is exactly how I treat my little brother.
Oink, oink.
There, that wasn't so bad, was it?
It's not the worst indignity you've suffered the last several days, but it is up there. The lieutenant, needless to say, is not impressed.
Sounds like you're really serious about meeting Steban. It's touching. Sort of. Steban's group meets only at night. In an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you're in luck. Their weekly meeting is tonight. Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them.
Hold on, what else can you tell me about this Steban?
Just that he's a real communist. Not like the play acting you've been doing. The rest, you'll have to see for yourself.
Why do I feel like there's a catch?
Oh, smart pig. Because there is. See, Steban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep out infiltrators and the like. You can't join the meeting without one.
Lieutenant clears his throat.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but I wonder whether it might have something to do with that phrase Manana mentioned overhearing.
All right. Good thinking, Kim.
The lieutenant nods.
Guess this is what happens when two pigs put their heads together.
Seems slightly disappointed.
That's enough. Off with you then.
Makes a lazy shooing motion with her dangling hand. We do need to find out about the armor's owner. But first, went to the village of the coast officer. See you there. Joyce says the note on the post. We can get the name of our victim.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist
Did you
you?
find out more about the owner of the armored boots?
Yes. It took some convincing, but I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
Indeed.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
I was born ready, baby.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Elis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S K-O-R-T-E-N-A-I-R. Exact date of birth unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February 09.
Okay. Neonatal care unit.
He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict. Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
So all you have to connect him to Crenel is the armor.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory.
He leans closer.
Thank you, Elise. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
She sounds pleased.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
He's found a leaf compactor?
It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
Any information on his foster parents?
None, officer. Sorry.
Well, we have his name and service record now.
A name. This is very good. Elise Cortenard.
He says to himself.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity, about giving back names to anonymous victims.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions?
Please connect me to the 41st again.
Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
I'm happy to report that I found my badge jewels.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
10-10, transmission completed, over.
Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
Close the door.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
So the young man with the piss faggot bat written on his back.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
The companion wears a simple yet elegant slogan, fuck the world.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit.
He agrees.
A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
Steps in.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality.
Turns his companion.
Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Skulls. Now there's a strong organizational title.
Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not. Cop. We're not snitches. Or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
Well, maybe some of them are.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, Cop Man, is... we're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Okay then. Let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
Do you guys know Cindy the Skull?
Oh yeah. Cindy's a right proper skull.
Young man's eyes glaze over, his voice filling with...
Yeah. A true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
Yeah, it's returning from whatever void it was just
For
visiting.
all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
You kids are into anodic dance music?
Oh man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
Stops himself, pressing the rest of the question.
Be wary of the abyss.
Blonde friend adds ominously and points to his temple. Why?
It's a threat. An impotent threat of violence.
I just want to talk about music, and now there's a conflict all of a sudden. It's too much.
That's right.
The young man says, looking unsure of himself.
You should back off and let silence rule supreme.
What is wrong with you? Now you're just empowering these punks.
This is ridiculous.
Lieutenant
Boys, do you know why the gang is called Skulls?
Yeah. The skull symbolizes the embrace of death and nothingness, present in all of us. The vehicle of our future operations. Death and nothingness.
They're called skulls because when you are shot dead in the middle of the street, the skull is the only part the stray dogs want to eat.
Just trust me and follow my lead.
So boys, want to feed the dogs?
No reply. The blonde rebel scratches his chin, deliberately not focusing his gaze on anything. He looks very uncomfortable. The other one shuffles uncomfortably, nevertheless continuing to steal glances at the lieutenant's motor carriage.
Why aren't there more skulls in Martinez?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Apart from the unions themselves, of course.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Young men exchange approving nods. Your rhetoric's confusing. Are you part of the skulls or not?
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
What makes you think that the organization would accept?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way.
The other one quickly adds and whispers something to his friend.
Right on, fuck. So what's happening now?
Enough about the scullery then.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the skulls?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
Of course I do. I'm just testing you boys.
The Skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
His voice rings with excitement.
Besmertine, or the Besmati, the Immortals, are West Riversholian crime syndicates.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around the brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
What about the jackets?
What about them?
Turns to the blonde. Why do you have a jacket that says Pissfaggot written on it?
Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
Makes sense.
What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherently meaningless.
It seems that the young man has a certain expertise in at least one field, even if it's rather narrow.
Okay, and why do you have "fuck the world" written on your jacket?
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though, you get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point.
Indeed.
Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops?
Hey Kim.
Yes?
Do you think it's a coincidence?
What is?
Two of us. Two of these
What
jackets.
are you implying?
Which one would you wear?
I'm not sure I understand you, Detective.
Are you more of a piss faggot or a fuck the world kind of guy?
Neither.
Come on, Kim, it's just a mental exercise.
Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think piss is the stronger of the two statements.
That works. I feel like I'm more of a fuck the world kind of guy.
Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Do you know anything about the murder that took place here?
Murder?
Man was hanged in the backyard of Whirligin Rex.
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
Anything else?
He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Ah, this sounds like epistemology. A field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself.
I know that you don't know shit.
Exactly. How can one know shit? For example, how can one be sure that there truly is a body hanging behind a hostel?
What if it's art? Or just a mere specter?
Maybe it's true. The hanged man is merely a prop in a performance. We are the audience, and the artist is hiding somewhere in the dark.
Could be the case, yes. A brilliant work of
No
art.
reply. The blonde rebel scratches his chin, deliberately not focusing his gaze on anything. He looks very uncomfortable.
Ask for the jackets for yourself and the lieutenant.
No, no, no. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that.
Boys, with those jackets, you're gonna be the Skull Kings of no
What?
time.
No! Skulls
People
don't
say
have
they're
kings,
around.
I think. And we're not even in yet.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet.
Prospect must be a hierarchical term. Probably in the lower end.
Not even prospects, you're already aspiring to be kings?
Wow, you boys are ambitious.
Lieutenant's
Only
voice rings over the
prospects and
block.
already planning a coup in the skulls. You're destined to go far.
He gets it. Passive-aggressive flattery.
Shut the fuck up!
Young man,
Are you
press-
trying to
press-
get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Yes, we want to be cool killer skulls too, like you guys, but we don't have the cool skull jackets.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
Not much left of this nihilistic rebel at this point. The young man before you was scared out of his mind.
You got it. No need for cruelty.
You offer us your jackets like that? It'd be impolite to refuse.
Oh, man. Okay.
Shoulder slump over
I
the way of
get it.
sadness.
Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway. This was stupid.
Fuck.
Piss faggot and fuck the world. Got experience. No size
The
gameplay.
lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
Since you said you're more of a piss faggot kind of guy, I'll take the other one.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you.
Why not? They're a pair. We could really raise hell and go undercover hard.
This case doesn't require us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jackets will be useful at all. I just wanted them to not have them anymore.
Cold-hearted cop.
Well, whatever. I'll take both of them then. Still, it's good to know we have a pair in case the need arises.
The need will not arise.
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with piss written on his back, it'd just be an individual that has taken a liking to you, right?
Indeed.
And fuck the world, all on its own, is, frankly, generic.
I don't know, Eric. It's cold out.
Dark-haired young man just stands there defeated. And the wind blows.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
Plus drama -1 authority. Plus half-light -1 rhetoric. Now we definitely need the jacket we already had.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them.
Let's pawn some stuff, see if we can get those sneakers.
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away. Some of us have photonic sensitivities.
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged by the medical establishment.
Oh, right. Sorry about that.
I do appreciate it. Hello again. How can I help you?
I have something else to sell.
Sure. Let me have a look.
Like to sell my
I'm
clothes?
not purchasing any more clothing at the moment.
Check my
Anything
pockets.
else you're thinking of selling?
Postcard. Another postcard. Die. Sell the rifle.
Another time, perhaps. We'll try rhetoric on Gaston Martin. $36 is not quite 50.
You keep coming back. The That's good, officer.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
So 14. Is my shot put ball worth 14?
Hello again. How can I help you? Sure. Let me have anything else you're thinking of selling. Another time, perhaps.
All right. We're buying these shoes.
The speakers below are...
Super cool. Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
I'll grab those speakers as soon as I sell a little bit more stuff.
Hello again. Sure. Let me have anything else you're thinking of selling. Another time, perhaps.
Time to buy those speakers.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ear.
Speakers are for those kids. Bought that net.
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it about you and those waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen?
Tilts her head and looks at the sea.
We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
Looking for someone else, actually.
Oh? Who?
Looking for a suspect who might have stayed in this neighborhood.
When did this person stay here?
Very recently, over the past few days. She might have arrived on Friday.
Oh.
Looks slightly disappointed.
I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Really?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
Oh, a working class husband.
Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle class ones either. Could do with some landed gentry, but apparently they don't make those anymore.
Husband isn't for me. I'm looking for him for his wife.
I wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working class husband. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
She seems genuinely sorry for not being able to help you.
That's it. I'm looking for
Really?
anyone else right now.
Are you sure you're not also looking for Nadia Harnancourt? Or Ignis Nielsen? Or the great lost city of Ace, under the
I'm looking
waves?
for a lot of stuff, ain't I?
A lot of stuff.
She concurs with a smile. I guess so. It doesn't feel like a lot to me. I could be doing more. Maybe there's someone missing in your life.
Oh, there's plenty missing. But that's too much for even an eager terrier like you to handle. Although you seem very thorough. Tell me, instead, is there something else I can help you with?
Be seeing you. Where'd you even buy these? There's no magic speakers. They're lame speakers. They'll never produce with face memory of the song I'm trying to listen to. Sell them for cash. We've got a skill point we can use at some point. Ooh, 50 cents.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about?
This is my little cinder block town.
She knows the wrinkles.
I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez.
She points east.
She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I
Turns
know
to
how this world works. And it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
This isn't about the Union, you know. We don't have to worry about retaliation.
Ah, I should have known.
She shakes her head.
This is yet another union mess. I'm not afraid of them, you know. We are not in the habit of being afraid around here.
I see. You know something we've decided not to tell
There's
us.
not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
It's a time off.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Let it be for now. See the waves, the sea, the church.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
He's shaving the right
The
color.
water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic.
Time to shave. Get these mutton chops off.
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly.
Feel your clean-shaven cheeks.
They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
Was shaving the right
The
color.
water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost look like a professional. As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched, Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though.
Search through the sand and sawdust.
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then, something hard wrapped in paper.
What is it?
A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber.
A bullet. Interesting.
The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with.
Old science fiction magazines, books about bird watching, an almanac from '39. Intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out a pleasant warmth. So thermodynamic expander condenser cycle. Nice.
On the table, you see a bowl of...
Creative jacket.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it.
Tend to stop the
expression
from happening.
Fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not happening. It...
That's one logic. Checkmate.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
So why was there a bullet under the floorboards of your shack?
Damn that girl.
She murmurs softly.
Bullet?
Lieutenant turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there?
Shakes
She's
her head.
usually a good tenant. And not a stupid one either.
You rented the room to her.
Yes. I let my room to that Ruby girl.
She speaks slowly, wriggling out a rag. After a long silence, her hands move up to the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
When was
She
this?
came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry.
She wrinkled
What
her
has she gotten
wrinkled hand
herself
into the rag in
into?
the water.
That girl.
That's for the police to find out. Right then. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Why do you think she left the bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
She like Ruby.
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman.
Rubs her cold hand together.
At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show. But I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cross a few lines. But this time she mostly stayed in her room.
This room exactly she left it?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Was there anything else in there?
No.
The truth, sire.
You said she left on Monday.
Yes, early with the dogs. Around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
Kim, she must have heard your Kanema.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
I heard she was a heavy drinker with anger issues. You ever witnessed that kind of behavior?
Nothing of the sort.
Shakes her head.
Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset. She isn't what you call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself the way some people do.
Where did she go?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know.
Return was without malice.
She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Man, I was really hoping she'd be hiding in this village.
Yes, it's going to be too much work for you to find her.
There's a rag in the bucket.
Better for you to stay here. Get a nice, cozy fire going in the heater.
No, you can do it. You still have plenty of juice in you before you drop. Behind the cinder block houses, old pre-war ruins rise to the sky like dark palaces. The wind calls.
What more do you want to know about that poor girl?
Enough about Ruby. Had other
Yes,
questions.
let's hear those other questions.
She looks around. The spring snow starts falling lightly on the fishing village. Goodbye.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She looks around. The air's getting cold.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
Now the real question is, why can't I look in here? Isn't that right, Smokey? Yeah, it's a good question. Any tools I can use to get this, dig this crap out? Oh, whatever. Maybe a flashlight? Fine. I didn't want to open you anyway.
We're close.
Says the young man, the tape player in the large Padero boots. Lung-shaped trees sprout from his silver
True, hard, full car.
belt buckle. Say nothing.
Hard car.
Still say
Hard car to the mega.
Say
Internally coherent. All car. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime, invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hard car. Ah! The question is, what is the question?
Just answer
But
the
there was
question.
no question. Hi again. So, how are things going?
Goodbye, officer. Huh? I see you're here again. Offside, man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help?
Alright.
Hello again.
Have you seen a red-haired woman around?
No,
Just no?
it's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
Considering what you're trying to do here, that doesn't look like a good sign.
Superstition. We can turn the grim desolation into a fun dance club, and thus also help turn this hellhole around.
The tape recorder lies in the ice like a discarded toy. Pick it up.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover.
That's it for now.
mother of humanism stand.
Oh. Okay, Kim, get out of the way, bud.
Yes, what is it?
Have you seen anyone suspicious? Say a woman named Ruby.
What? No, no one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
About the off-site copy you asked me to bring.
Yes?
Is this the filament you're looking for?
No. That's the production schedule. I don't need it. The right filament memory has off-site copy written on silver tape.
Found a note in the Ice Bear fridge. It said the off-site copy had been moved to a safer place.
A note from whom?
She
Did it
freezes.
specify where they took the filament memory?
Said the off-site copy had been taken to a nearby ice cream maker. The note was signed by someone named Salazar.
Jariza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jariza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. That feature creep.
She
and
mutters.
Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The off-site copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous.
Cross her arms defiantly.
And the heads... I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them.
She stops.
Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you?
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
I found the ice cream maker, but I couldn't get it open. It's completely
This
frozen.
is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
Alright, I'll have to go find the off-site copy
Thanks.
then. I'll let you work in peace then, I guess. Bye.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable.
Put 10 cents in and dial a random number.
Calling. Again, someone with a...
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, you're electricity. No, what you are is a surprise. Get his wife on the phone.
Is electricity there? I need to speak to electricity, please.
No, but I got a feeling I'll kick your ass is gonna make an appearance if you ever call this number again. Have a good one, asshole.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone.
Come on, electricity was good. I'm at the boardwalk. I'm at the boardwalk. When operated viewer has been out of order for many years.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Examine the tear.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find.
A tragedy.
The lieutenant looks in the can, eyes watering from the
He
smell.
shakes his head with genuine sadness.
Examine the cigarette package.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
Examine the kebab wrapper.
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. There's some tear.
Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong.
Yes?
So, a shave.
Yes.
It's an institution face.
I don't know what to say.
Mumbles.
Perhaps...
Coughs. What is it? You can tell me, King.
I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the...
Stop.
Yeah, damage. He means damage.
Either way, good on you. You were saying?
He gathers himself. Nothing. I wasn't even trying to talk to you.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Hold on.
Lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. Two bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any sign of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
The gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no. This sounds terribly familiar. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, just the one at the back.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Step on the floorboard.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him.
Examine the
A
bottle.
0.75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us.
He looks at two other bottles near the coin-operated viewer, then at your yellow plastic bag.
I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Examine the chewing gum wrapper.
Brabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Who is this?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
Look south the way you came.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
I know who this is. The working-class woman's missing husband, dead on the boardwalk.
The woman you met at the book stand?
Looks
Why
like
do you
a
think it's her
lying
husband?
on the ground.
Because it's the most working-class death you've ever seen.
Leather jacket matches description perfectly.
The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband.
What do you think,
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab.
He shrugs.
It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Someone should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. It's
They'll
dangerous.
seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
Lieutenant nods. What about the alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
Could it be related to lynching or Ruby?
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep it simple for now.
Right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
Well, what about the field autopsy?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma and leave it at that. Let's keep this detour as short as possible. The sooner we get back to finding Ruby, the better.
Yes, but isn't that kind of sloppy?
Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest.
We found him. We should... let's leave this case for the station. Don't want to spend time on it. Still need some time to decide how I want to solve this case.
No need to rush.
Careful that these floorboards look rotten and weak. Moonshine probably smells like tasty fermentation.
Hold a library card. Library card found in the pocket of the dead man. Today's boardwalk. So slightly damp to the touch. Cover bears the stamp of Jamrock Public Library.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53.
Let me get some water. In fact, let me turn on the copy while I'm at it. All right.
Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased or his family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Look on the back
If
side.
lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
We should first decide what to do with the body, before taking any other actions. Let's take another look at the body and talk things through.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent.
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
We found him, we should finish this.
Alright, we've already examined the library card. Let's call the Jamrock Library from my kinema, see if we can learn anything about this Billy Méjean. And while we're there, we should also call the station, let them know that we are taking the case.
Yep. Alright. Get our multi-tool out.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
Could the structure have been used to take the shot?
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way. It's military. The washerwoman.
It may have been used to serve as an aerostatic. Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in
over
rags.
the coast. Maybe the campfire was used by the perpetrator?
To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year.
He looks around.
Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out... Biddable Prime, was it?
Maybe the sailor climbed the tallest tower and took the
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
Over the water to the
There,
rolling rags.
1.2 kilometers over the wave-crossed bay. Through heavy, dark grey curtains of rain, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. It's glowing in the dark night. The
Finish the thought. Take the boardwalk for bullet traces. Those zippers haven't been yet. Bars cover these long, dusty windows.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall. and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Felled electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
What is this building?
Some sort of industrial ruin? I don't recognize the name of the company. R&D used to mean research and development. It looks long abandoned.
Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical ruin over there. Or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
Listen to the wind.
Suddenly, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead. No rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down or gone behind a corner. You only hear distant waves washing the coast.
She could be anywhere. How do we find her?
Do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village.
Lieutenant Size gets a hold of himself.
Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. I think there's people west of here. We could ask them.
Looks to his right and cups his ear.
And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
What was I even attempting to do?
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there, in the dusk hour, with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
And if that fails, if we don't find
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
He looks behind him at the dark red box crumbling.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you.
Hey, money! More money! More Mudnosa fed. Fence blocks your path. No way on from here. No boats in the boathouse today. Kim, how do you manage to be in the way so much? 45 cents. I'm rolling in it now. Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of this shaded bench covered in rust. The sign says, Entry interdient. Old ticket taker booth, no longer in operation. Door is not only barred shut, it's inaccessible. Door building a hiding place. Could it be the instigator is inside? What's this? Peepo. Small wire framing inside the futuristic looking fallen Peepo hat gives us an aerodynamic shape and swoops skier's helmet. Notice protective qualities. Covers the wearer's ears and eyebrows to bring down the drag coefficient. Pilsner. $0.20. Section of the coast hasn't been used in decades.
Here we go. Nice and easy.
Where are the
No
cryptozoologists?
way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
Must be Morel, the
To
cryptozoologist.
what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Oh, no. It's all right. I'm just busy.
Nothing in the cylinder.
What's this about?
Really worried about you.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass, not like walking over a nice waterlock.
Waterlock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed it.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
You're fastened a bit of netting that has come loose in the
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work.
Lena seemed pretty eager for you to return.
And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Look south where Lena would be.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not.
He doesn't
I won't let Lena down.
Come on. She wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Come on, you're doing this for yourself, not her.
I'm doing this for science, and so is she.
You know, Phasma was so important to
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
She's seen it?
Really? She cited the Phasmid. She didn't tell me
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
It coughs and continues.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
With a cough into his fist this time. Maybe you could go back to the whirling, warm up, come back to check on the traps later.
No, no, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
Tell me more about these traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Yeah, just try the
Yes.
traps. Says with some tribe. How these traps work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
What are you using as bait?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
A carnivorous stick insect? That seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
What do you do if these traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Let me ask you about something else.
Yes. What?
I'm looking for a suspect. Have you seen a woman with red hair who seems to be on the run?
I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less interested in mammalian concerns, to be perfectly honest.
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures for you to proceed.
Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
I'm so interested in this stick bug. It doesn't seem to be as colorful as some of the other cryptids I've heard about.
Typical rookie assumption.
He flashes you a sideways
Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
He shakes his head. How big is this thing?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
leaves the conclusion up to you. What makes it so difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds.
Looks around.
Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in our present case.
What sorts of specialised techniques is the plasmid using to hide itself?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
A ghost insect, he said? These people are looking for a ghost.
Ghost insects, so you're ghost hunters.
No, that is precisely what we're not. We are zoological specialists, looking for an extant species of phasmid.
So what have you discovered about it so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
No one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
Cryptozoologist says, brusquely enough, and even he seems taken aback.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Well, you said there'd been a sighting of it here in Mountain
Yes. The most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Maybe the incidentally Phasmid has died out.
I have to resist the thought. Such an
They had vigorously.
extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
He means asexual reproduction.
Indeed.
The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
That's pretty clever.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch.
What if we check the
But
traps
as
for
a
you?
scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate. I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Looks at you with obvious surprise. Cryptozoology and detective work, very similar.
Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research, attention to detail, and, above all, persistence.
What do I do if there is a Phasmid in one of the traps?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
Where are these traps?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there.
Point south.
It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them,
gestures at the trap in front of
you
it.
should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
But Kim, maybe our suspect is hiding out of the reeds along with the traps.
I have a feeling the only people foolish enough to spend their time skulking among the reeds are these poor fools, and us. But fine, it's not like we are drowning in leads.
What if I encounter the Phasmid in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Takes out a small white spray can.
It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Lay it on me thick. Douse you with the odd-smelling spray. A double helping will present to your other armpit, and then it gives you a satisfying.
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
Mr. Lieutenant with disdain, then puts the spray back in his pocket. I'm ready, let's get
Right.
to it.
Which means you two can pack up and go back to the boiling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too. But what if the information is vital? On the hunt. What about his eager-to-leave friend Gary there? Talk to him too, perhaps.
How'd you become a cryptozoologist?
Just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up, if you prod a little.
You're living your childhood dream out here.
It's not child's play. Just because I have to trade through the mud every so often.
His eye is narrow. You ever discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
How many cryptids have been found?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
So only 2 of them are real.
Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Hugo Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
And the Incidentally Phasma would be the 3rd.
Indeed.
Doesn't smile, just looks at you in the eye.
If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sounds like reeds hissing. He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Why not just be a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too.
Real?
He's got some
I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
Honestly, being a cryptozoologist trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do.
My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Anything truly surprising ever happened to you?
No. As I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
That's what you're getting at. I have come close.
Interesting. Something for later. This close call.
What kind of evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
You think other scientists don't listen to ordinary people enough?
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places.
Thanks for explaining that. Now on to something else.
Yes?
Let's talk about specific cryptids.
Right. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it. Since you've offered to help, you need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Tell me about a cool cryptid. Any cryptid. Oh, I know all about the green ape.
I'm guessing you heard about it from Lena.
He smiles.
The kind green ape is one of her favorites.
A warm wave passes him. Of course, the kind green ape is her favorite, he thinks.
We travelled to South Safra to look for it once. Gary and I got stuck in a rainstorm, though, and had to spend most of our time there in a little village. The search was fabulously unsuccessful, but the people were very nice. I'm glad they didn't understand what Gary was saying about them.
What? South Safra? They're just on a different rung of the ladder, Morale. I had no problem with them.
Really? You kept complaining about how dirty everything is, but we digress.
They're a nascent culture. I just didn't feel comfortable. And let's change the topic, okay? Talk about your critters, or whatever.
He mumbles something.
Yes, back to cryptozoology. You don't want to sow disagreement between friends.
Enough tales then. Let's just
By all means.
I'll get going. Soggy logs smell of ignition fluid, so they still won't light up.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you to help us out, officer. Yellow man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about. After a little probing first.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Yeah, I'm more of a city boy too.
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Degenerates? This man respects authority too much. to see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue.
None of those things, I can assure you. I'm by the books, clean as a whistle, officer of the law, not even tempted to touch intoxicants.
I've been tempted on occasion, but someone has to stay strong for Revacol.
Gaze shift to the pile of soggy logs.
He pronounces Revacol with a hard K, unlike other people. Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
Is this your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that?
The kind of guy who might have a collection of mugs like this, home in his colonial mug collection.
How do you mean? Forgive me, officer, but we've only just met.
He is trying to avoid lying to you outright, in case you really have been to his apartment.
You're acting kind of suspicious. Did I mention the mug was found at the scene of a lynching?
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you?
Now, Gary, I just want information.
Whew.
He's a little
Thank you.
relieved.
You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
How'd you get into the trash container?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
What do you need to get into everyone's trash?
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff.
He says,
Garbage
shamefully
disposal
like a
is
fallen
expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the
Can I
history
raise
on
his
this.
eyebrows?
It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Gary, did you put the clothes of the murder victim, the man who was hanging behind the whirling in rags, into that trash container?
Officer, please.
Raise both hands.
Let me explain. It's not like that.
Dude.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Okay, then what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
Changes his mind mid-sentence.
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
The lieutenant remarks drily.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
So you wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No.
Changes his mind.
I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
Let's move on for now.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
He's visibly relieved it's over.
Does this mean you were in his apartment, admiring his colonial mug collection? Perhaps it would be interesting to tell him.
So, do you know anything about the man hanging behind the whirling in
I
rags?
told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that.
Shifts uncomfortably in his
Uncomfortable
clothes.
shifting around doesn't make him the killer, though. It's something else.
You were surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next racist will be a really good one?
Yes.
Well, this is that racist.
You grant us 3 wishes, Gary.
Hey, man. All I
blushes.
meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact.
Lieutenant is a native of Ravenshall.
Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections.
That's an impenetrable smile.
Let's change the subject, okay?
Sounds like some conspiracy topic. You might be able to discuss it with him when the lieutenant isn't here. If you can remember it.
So, Gary, you live nearby in an apartment in Martinez?
Sure do, officer.
Mr. Clare must have been very angry with you.
Mr. Everard?
Claire drains from his face. Yes, he insisted I open the door to your apartment.
So you work for Everard Clare?
Realizes what's going on and changes his tone.
Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
And looks around, whispering. Make sure no one hears you talk. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but he doesn't like you.
I was probably talking too loud in the whirling the other night. About some theories. Stupid. Shouldn't have run my mouth loud like that. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned.
Lieutenant
He
remarks
cannot
with a
be
smirk.
unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation.
Why is he shifting around like that? Analyze Gary's composure.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Something worn underneath it.
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
So I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer.
Sighs heavily.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once.
He unbuttons the shirt.
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
See gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt
We're
torso.
not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth. This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Why'd you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak.
Says, staring.
I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
Why'd you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
Looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have...
Lips start quivering.
Fuck.
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire. He's not trying to flatter anyone.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man.
That's
Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
Shakes his head.
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Give me that armor.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat, but so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
Do you know who killed the hanged man?
I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
This is all he knows.
Are we done here, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
You said Reverend Call.
I like to pronounce it the hard way. The old way. The Vespertine way.
Not
the stupid way. He winks at you, trying to relay some hidden message, inviting you to mispronounce it too, perhaps. It's odd. It's a secret rite. A very fringe nationalist handshake, probably.
You a cryptozoologist now?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
After all this time with Morel, he must have an opinion on cryptids. This could lead to a good one.
Fascinating. Let's talk about something
Yes,
else.
officer?
Thank you for your cooperation. Woo! We got 4 skill points to spend. All right. +2 -1. Oh yeah. You can also use the potent Pilsner for extra physique and a little less morale.
Sounds like you're the suicide cop, with his finger on the eject button, ready to let go of this life. But guess what? You idiot. You've got the bullet, but no gun. What is this? You're not ready to die. This is garbage. It would be the honorable thing to do. It would really show them. Show her, too.
That's a sign that I want to live.
Fine. Keep up the charade another day. This could have been so liberating, but you cling to the case, to your partner, to the world. It's pitiful.
Traps everywhere, and not a drop to drink. This be the buoy Kasaji told you about?
A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash, but if you look closer...
That over there.
Points to the strange
Must be the
looking
boy Class you told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
Ooh, hidden things, secrets, lies.
Pick up the
You
buoy.
lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut.
Examine the plastic ball.
The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it close, but only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch has cracked.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
Shake the buoy.
There's something in there, splashing around.
Sniff the
It
buoy.
smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. Salt, industrial slop, and decay.
Open
A
the
shot
buoy.
glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae, and nothing else.
Well, damn.
Lucky it's still in here. A little longer, it would have floated
We
away.
still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore.
No documents. Who do you think took them?
I have no idea.
This is a minor quirk. We knew it was in the buoy anyway.
Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope.
I have no idea how many theories, Lieutenant.
Might have been Glacia, might have been the people after her. Might have been a local drunk.
He shrugs.
We should go.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
Let the empty buoy be. Heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes and crumbling. It's impossible to get a fire going near this near the ocean. Hey, money!
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D.
Alright. Long way down to your death from here. 20 meters at least. So we want to have this meeting with these gentlemen. You know what? Fine. Doors closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. Elysium.
Danko. Danko.
Drunk man speaks in his sleep. Drool dribbles on the left side of his mouth and down his jacket lapel. Hey, wake
There's
up.
no waking him from his stupor. His mind is elsewhere.
Tequila sunset.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around here lately?
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
I brought you some booze. Will you tell me about your name
Of
now?
course. Drink first, story later.
Here, I've got your potent pilsner.
Not much, but it will do.
Grabs the bottle from your hand and uncorks it
Hey,
immediately.
Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Oh, the other bums and interjects. There's a near comatose man.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here.
He turns to you.
Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high-concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
Go on.
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high-concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
Says thoughtfully, brushing dust off his shit-stained pants. What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
Shakes the bottle and makes a ringing sound.
His eyes are your eyes.
Continue.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
And what are we talking exactly?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard.
Trace of derision in his voice.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Ouch.
Ouch indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were.
Turned his head toward the sky.
Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Okay, what happened next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on.
I hate it when that happens.
I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Pauses meaningfully.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short,
Too late.
life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
Indeed.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Wait, is that it? I feel like there's some substance.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
Look on the bright side. You got one hell of a story.
Yeah. Maybe I've exaggerated certain parts over the years. When you tell a story too often, it begins to take on a life of its own. But what matters is that it's true to my subjective experience. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you.
Looks at it.
Almost empty, this one.
Truly, he has the soul of an artist.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece Lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
A lost jacket? Sounds like a mystery you could look into.
What about this lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
You mean this jacket I discovered on the Born block and had cleaned on a whim? I examined the jacket for a moment. Look of consternation on his brow.
Nah, this isn't it. Falm, that's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
So you're saying there's another lost jacket out there somewhere?
It's a big world out there, Tequila. A lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing Falm, like some low-concept bicycle courier. Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket. Someday.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
Be seen.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Sure, what's up? Okay. Can we talk about whatever it is you want to talk about, Kim?
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
My style? What about
It's
it?
just, well, you look more like a high-flying businessman than a police officer.
That's just how professional people were supposed to dress.
There's nothing wrong with it, per se. It's just a little much. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
Okay, we're a sharp-dressed man. We could be style buddies.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to get really close to the boardwalk. I'm going to save, and we will pick this up on Sunday. All right, I'm going to save here. All right, and thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day.